So, hallo, hallo, hallo. Hello, everyone. Um, well, this is Easy Mario. I'm just going to continue with this, and yeah, it's a pit tag. And I did one thing, which is I actually started creating a movie off stream, which goes pretty roughly to where I stopped last time on stream. Let's just watch back what was in that hack. It's a complete mystery to me why the sound effects glitch out so much on this one. Like, is the port just broken, or is somehow this a problem with the hack? I genuinely don't know. But yeah, so there is stuff happening here. And also all of this is technically possible without using the script and without using frame advance, mostly. And I mean, I tried to do that last time on stream. But now I played all of this with the script, and it is somewhat more comfortable doing that. Like, playing this without the script was, of course, just a decision made out of stubbornness. Not actually recommended to do that. Honestly, when you like look at this like this, some of these moves actually look quite good. But then there's like the silver P-switch thingy here, and that kind of breaks that room. You would think it also breaks this room because you get Yoshi, you get to keep Yoshi, but also it kind of doesn't matter. Somehow the level is built in a way that you get the Yoshi, but you get to keep the Yoshi, but somehow you don't do anything with it then. Hi Curtis, thank you for the good luck on the easy pit. It turns out that suddenly it is not so easy anymore. So I don't know what happened there. Okay, so yeah, this is the bunch of shell jumps that I did last time, and now this is the bunch of shell jumps that I quit on last time. Because it turns out that these shell jumps are actually kind of hard, and I didn't expect that. Mm, so let's see, where are my save states? This is a good save state. Oh, oops, I forgot to. There's a trick you can do here, which is you can stop the movie and reload it. Fuck, sometimes this works. I hate this emulator. Okay, sometimes you can just close the emulator, close the movie and reload it, and that restores a tail end of a movie that you accidentally overwrote. Which, yeah, somehow is a situation that does happen quite a lot. I mean, not quite a lot, but it does happen. Okay, so this is bad. Unfortunately, I should have maybe remembered what was bad about it. Okay, so this is good. And because this is good, I can just make a bunch of save states here and I can like start thinking about what to do now. Is this moderation? Yeah, I guess technically it is, because this is in the waiting queue and I am a moderator. So yeah, I guess this is moderation, and so yeah. But I mean, honestly, like from a moderation perspective, I'm not sure. I don't think this is. I mean, sort of this hack is not like great, and as it currently, I mean, as it currently seems, like if let's say the quality of the hack stays constant from here, which it may not, who knows. But if it stays constant from here, I would say this is probably a reject, because like this has quite a lot of oversights. Not unfixable oversights. I think this is like fixable. I think this is a fine hack overall so far, with a bit more polish. Just my opinion so far, so not finalized opinion yet. Okay, so what do I do here? I mean, somehow this bunch of shell jumps, right? And it is a bit confusing to me what's going on here, because somehow these are just a bunch of shell jumps, but they don't line up in the typical way. Which of course doesn't mean anything, it just means that you should play them in an atypical way. It's just... Right, so this doesn't work. So what do you do? Technically optimal, it is to do this, I think. Does this shell jump? It does. It does jump the shell. Does hit the shell, and this is the lowest you can hit the shell, but then the shell goes down here. It is like the shell bounces up and it doesn't hit the ground again, so it's actually quite hard to catch up with it. But then it hits the ground here, which is like super weird. What are rejectable oversights? I mean, somehow. Let's watch the movie again. Let's watch the movie again. Let's like do comments, because I mean, individually, everything I'm going to say is probably going to sound like nitpicking, because it kind of is. But it is, of course, important to point out that like once you have a sufficient amount of nitpicks, you start having like actual criticism, right? Some amount of what I'm going to say is going to sound like insane, pretentious nitpicking. But so to start off, we have an intro setup that's basically entirely copied from Armageddon, but without actually understanding what makes the Armageddon setup work. And I mean, that's not literally true what I'm just saying, but note how there's a completely redundant P-switch here. Like, it just doesn't get used at all. Why is this here? The answer, it's here because it's also here in Armageddon, but why is it here? By the way, it's also redundant in Armageddon, but that's a different point. But so we start the intro off with a superfluous P-switch, just a nitpick, honestly. The next thing is you can't actually see this, but these are death blocks. These guys here. Just pointing that out. But somehow this, for example, this is something I would definitely. I mean, is this rejectable? Having grass death blocks? No. Is it good design? Also, no. Why? Hello. These being pipes, okay, sure. I don't care. So okay. So here's the first thing. I mean, somehow this is a setup. It's quite cool. Honestly, I mean, I kind of like the setup. I have why I kind of like this setup. I mean, it's somehow maybe straight up taken from another hack, but actually I don't know where from. But let's start off. Immediately here again, superfluous item. We go on. Superfluous item. And some of what I'm doing here is not like crazy or anything, right? Like this is just, it's a shell jump. It's this shell jump is RTA viable. This one. No criticism here. Why is this key here? Superfluous item. So far, literally every room has had a superfluous item. And, well, other stuff, cut off, weird block behavior, cut off. Of course, nitpicky, but once again, why? Another thing that's somehow not any specific thing that I'm pointing out here, but if you have played a bunch of other pit hacks, you will notice that a lot of these setups, I mean, maybe we should go back for this for pointing this out, but a lot of these setups are sort of just taken from another hack. In the sense that when I play these, I can like point to inspiration. Actually, for this room, I cannot. So, for example, this room is no criticism on about that here, because I think, I mean, this room is like overall not the most creative ones, but for example, these clips here, I haven't seen these before. Doesn't mean they're not taken from somewhere else, but it means they're at least taken from a somewhat obscure source. But for example, this shell assist corner clip is from Armageddon. And this zip is also an Armageddon, but let's not point that out too much. This, or like for example, this clip here, right? Like, I mean, somehow is it taken from somewhere? Not necessarily, but it is very reminiscent of like somehow just the bare bones colon 3 clip that's used many times. Also, hi Magic Key, who puts easy in the title of a pit hack. Yeah, I don't know who would do that. Also, enjoy nothing. Here, this trick, for example. First of all, this is like a huge difficulty spike compared to like a lot of the rest of the hack, but also like this is just once again an Armageddon trick. And of course, you can always go like, oh yeah, this is an Armageddon trick, this is an Armageddon trick, but this is an Armageddon trick. And somehow it's not so super. This is an Armageddon trick. And by the way, I'm not saying that like having Armageddon tricks in your hack makes your hack immediately bad. I'm saying that, in fact, quite the opposite. I think like somehow Armageddon is a hack that you can learn a lot from, and somehow having easier versions of setups from Armageddon in your hack is actually kind of cool. But there's like redundant items all over the place. Half of like a good chunk of the setups feel like straight up copied from Armageddon, and the rest is like not super nice. Like, actually, I have no criticism about this room except for redundant bomb number 1, redundant bomb number 2, completely unnecessary throw block. And now you can just skip the rest of the level from here. And now you might say, wait, is it so bad that you can skip the rest of the level? After all, you did a non-trivial glitch there. It is true that I did a non-trivial glitch there, but the intended solution is, I think, also to... Actually, I don't know what the intended solution is. Actually, don't ask me what the intended solution is into this room. I have no idea. Presumably Invisible Yoshi. Invisible Yoshi into Boom, boom. But then how? What do you do here? Just like, can you do wall jumps off of these? Maybe? But then there's the P-switch. Why is the P-switch here? I don't understand the setup. And somehow it is kind of miraculous that the level doesn't fall apart from me keeping Yoshi here, by the way. That's actually quite a cool coincidence. Like, the level just doesn't fall apart. You could maybe try harder to like actually break the hack completely apart, but somehow it's not completely trivial to do it. So that's a positive thing. Hack is a bit robust. But then once again, like what's this, right? Like, I mean, somehow, okay, this is a chain shell jump. I guess I cannot realistically say, okay, chain shell jump install copied from somewhere, because also like this chain shell jump, I haven't seen this one before, I think. But yeah, so somehow the general principles. What are the general principles that are somehow being violated here? First of all, cutoff. By far not the worst one, but pointing it out. And it's easy to fix one as well. Like, this is not, yeah, anyway. Inconsistent visuals. Lots of setups are kind of bare bones, and the ones that are not are kind of copied from somewhere else. You have lots of redundant items, and those are the basic things. Also, you have like this weird mix of having a custom background and then extremely glitched sprite graphics, which would also be easy to fix. Also, I think these brown blocks are from somewhere else. I don't think they're self-drawn. And actually, here's another thing that's probably a rejection reason on its own, is I don't think there's credits in this. I mean, maybe there are, and they're just hidden in a way that I haven't found them. But I looked through this, and it doesn't have credits. In a text file, it doesn't have credits in the vanilla sense, and I didn't find a credits room. So that's not good. Because that's like, I mean, somehow that's rejection reason on its own. If your hack doesn't have credits, right? This hack was made by someone who got section banned. That's an interesting accusation you have there. That's an interesting accusation you have there. I will just say that the account itself is, of course, not section banned, evidently. And that's about it. I am not the one who digs into like history of people like that, but I don't have any reason to believe that this is made by a section banned person so far. What is section banned? You can be banned from submitting stuff to the resource sections without being banned from the forums. That is a thing. And that is known as being section banned. Okay, so what do I do with this shell jump? Because actually this shell jump is kind of non-trivial. I can do the thing where I pause here immediately to get to notice that I fucked up. So I just pause here immediately. I unpause on this frame, and then I see Let's see how I can use this. I'm super confused about this shell jump, in case you didn't realize. Shell jump like is very weird. But not actually in a bad sense. Shell jump is perhaps the most interesting setup of the hack so far. This is weird. What is up with this shell jump? YouTube link. What is this YouTube link? S&W True Nightmare. What am I supposed to do with this information? Is this a hack that got submitted at some point and I'm supposed to be able to tell what this is? Oh! Wait. It's that guy? Oh. Oh, this is what you're telling me. Ah. Aha. Yeah, okay, I see your point. I see your point, thank you. That's, I guess, good to know. I'll still do this shell jump though. But yeah, I mean, from a moderation perspective, that does actually change things a bit. When was that section ban? Actually, it was like quite a while ago, right? Yeah, that's like more than a year ago. I mean, not that that actually changes anything on formal level, but it is not like super recent. But thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I would have missed that. Okay, so let's see. So this somehow is, I think, the best I can do. And you would think that that's good, what I'm doing here. Except that this is now quite clearly not good. So you might say, wait, now this is bad. Are section bans permanent? No. They are indefinite, though. Which, I mean, you can question the difference between these two words, but the point is, I mean, somehow the point is they need to be explicitly lifted. So in that sense, they're permanent. But they're not permanent in the sense that they're never meant to be revoked. So, yeah, I would say they're indefinite, not permanent, but semantics. They don't have a time limit. Also, this means that Dalsin has section banned more people than me. I've never section banned anyone. I've like rejected hacks, but I've never section banned anyone. I find that funny. Okay, but this is actually also kind of not good what I'm doing here. Why? How am I struggling so much with this? Like seemingly shitty shell jump. It's really interesting. Like, this seems like such a shitty, harmless shell jump setup. And yet it is actually kind of not a shitty, harmless setup, shell jump setup. Kind of cool. I like that kind of stuff. But what am I doing then? I mean, somehow, what am I doing here? Because this is also, it's just overshooting like the shell is just overshooting here. Am I like missing something completely obvious? Like, is there just a way to approach the shell jump that's like much better than what I'm doing? I mean, it might be. There might exist such a way. I'm just not seeing it then. But might very well be possible. I mean, this? I mean, you might think that this would be better now, but this is actually also quite bad. For different reasons now, though. And so this is also bad. But if this is also bad, then maybe I should do something fundamentally different. Ah, wait, I see something stupid. I think? Do I? Yeah, I think I might see something stupid. But this is... but this is also terrible. I really wouldn't want to do that. First of all... Oh, this also doesn't work. Am I stupid? Oh, this also doesn't work. I can't even like do like a big jump then. Huh. But if I can't do a big jump, then that kind of breaks that way of doing the... I am so confused. I am so confused. How does a shitty shell jump... How does the shitty shell jump manage to be so complicated? Like, seriously? That's wild. I didn't expect a shitty shell jump could be so... so complicated. Because it is also kind of not a thing that I can just fix by somehow getting better subpixels or something. I mean, maybe? No, I don't think I could. I think I'm doing something conceptually wrong, but if I'm doing something conceptually wrong, then what am I doing wrong? Maybe I should, like, use my brain again. Think. Just, like, think. But... if thinking doesn't work... I don't know, I mean, somehow... if none of the approaches I just did work, then what could I do apart from what I just did? I mean, I could... I could not pause. And as a consequence, I could get... I mean, there's also this possibility where you just... Actually, I maybe should have explored that a bit more. Where you kind of just do this, but then you... But then you do this. And then you do this. That's also bad. Is that? Is that bad? No, that's also bad, right? Because now this, even if I hit the shell, which I currently don't, but that's easy to fix, even if I hit the shell, it will still go down here, and then I can't get it. Am I stupid? How? How can like this shell dump setup be complicated? This is wild. That's cool. Or I'm stupid. That wouldn't be cool. Maybe this is the lamest setup ever and I'm just stupid. But for now, I'm going to pretend this is the coolest shell jump setup ever. Because I'm inclined to give setups the benefit of the doubt. And somehow the reason why this is cool is in some sense very interesting. Because I'm claiming that this is cool because this is exactly 4 blocks in some sense. If this was 5 blocks, I would be done with a setup by now. If this was 3 blocks, I would be done with a setup by now. But it's 4 blocks. And because it's 5 blocks, because it's 4 blocks and not 5 blocks, doing like a turnaround shell jump on flat ground reaches too far and overshoots. And trying to jump over them without doing any shell jumps undershoots. It dies here. Because it's 4 blocks. No, because it's not like 3 or 5 blocks. Very interesting. Surely there's a meaning behind the turn blocks. I don't want to wait for the turn block, right? Especially because I don't actually see what this would give me. What would waiting for the turn block actually help? You could wait for it if you want to. But then what do? You wait for the turn block and then what? You could say, okay, wait, this turn block indicates that you want to throw a shell against it, but like, how do I throw a shell? How do I throw a shell against this? Am I stupid? Is there like an obvious way to throw a shell against this? Let's see. I mean, this is somehow the optimal height you can get out of this. Can you? You can try to do this. You can try to do this, where like you. Ah, is this good? Uh, this good? I have yet to decide if this is good. I hit the ceiling. I lose quite a bit of speed. I hit the shell, but the shell falls into the bucket. Ah! Ah! So you would think this is good, but it's not. And if you do a turnaround instead, then you instead die to this block, because then you have 2 frames less. Or you rather have to stay above the death blocks for 2 frames longer. And instead I ran into this. Ah! Well, of course you could say the intended way is to just swim inside these. It's not clear to me what this actually does. And it very certainly is not the intended way to do anything in here. But then it's very unclear what this actually achieves. It's probably not the intended way to do anything. But then what can I do apart from that, right? Because, like, the shell bounces, right? And the shell bouncing is kind of good, because it means you can do this thing, where you just bounce the shell like this. But the problem is now the shell overshoots again, right? The shell overshoots. If the shell didn't overshoot, actually this would be very good. So maybe I should just do this, but make the shell not overshoot? But how would I make the shell not overshoot? I make the shell not overshoot by having it more to the left. So let's say I have it more to the left and I do this. Ah, but then you run into this problem. Right. If your goal is to have the shell more to the left, then you run into this problem. And that's also bad. And because that's bad, you don't want to do it. Because that's how things work. If it's bad, you don't do it. You get a small bounce only this way. Maybe this is good enough? But then you run into the problem that yeah, once again, you run into the same problem. Shell goes in here. And the problem is precisely that the shell, like, that the blocks are too short. Am I, like, completely tripping? Is there, like, an obvious way of solving this issue? This feels like it shouldn't be hard. Very interesting. Why is this? Why am I mean, somehow it's weird. Like, I have solutions for if the wall of death blocks is shorter, and I have solutions if it's longer. I guess the point is that there's this death block that the shell doesn't interact with, and somehow that's something that's unusual about the setup. Because if it just was like this, and then this block wasn't here, then it would be easy. But this guy is here, and it's blocking Mario, but it's not blocking the shell. It means that the shell falls down quite a lot earlier than you would like. And so you need to think about this. Very weird. Very weird. Very weird. I guess you could claim that this makes this the Cataclysm inspired room. Because it is a shell jump that looks harmless but is actually quite fucked up. Hilarious. It is a huge difficulty. It is genuinely a huge difficulty spike. Unless I'm like utterly and completely ridiculously blind. Which is still a possibility. It's a very real possibility and one that you should never exclude. Possibility that you're just stupid and blind. Because, for example, actually, here's another thing that you could do. Haha! I completely didn't consider this, for example. That's probably stupid though, right? Let's say I put a save state here, because why not? Because there's actually something completely different that you can do and that I completely missed as well. I mean, being inspired by newer pit hacks is, of course, like somehow not a bad thing on its own, right? The problem I'm having more so is that in many cases the inspiration is extremely obvious to the point of well, actually the intro isn't a complete copy, right? It's easier than the actual Armageddon intro. And I would claim that's a good thing. Wait. This is how you're supposed to play these shell jumps, but this network is in the way. That's actually kind of how you're supposed to play these. What I did there. That's kind of like the actual strat for them. That's very interesting. Like, if this was column 3, that would have worked. It's kind of the correct approach to play these, in some sense. Yeah, because this just dies. This just dies. I'm so confused. But again, if this was column 3, then this would survive, right? Because then there wouldn't be a block here. Like, column 3 has this exact setup, except that there's no death block like this. But this is not column 3, so I'm supposed to be doing something different. Actually, this block makes the setup a lot different. Huh. But actually, on the topic of inspiration, right? Like, there's somehow, where is it? I mean, I looked through this in Lunar Magic at some point last stream, and kind of not a fan of having this set up in here. Not sure if you recognize it. I'm not sure if you were here last time when I mentioned this. Not sure if you recognize this setup. I recognize it immediately. You come from the right. I don't know why there's a secondary entrance here. Come here from the right. Okay, time over. Hope you recognized it. So, yeah, suddenly proper graphics. But here's the resolution of where did I recognize this from. It's from Stuntbyte's work in progress hack. And I am extremely sure with how the rest of the hack is going that this was not something that the author randomly came up with themselves, but rather something that was specifically lifted from there. And that's kind of a thing that I'm really not a fan of. Like, taking stuff from work in progress hacks and just putting it out. And just using it in your own hacks for like before the other hacks came out. That's super not cool, I think. Don't do that. But what is this? So this also doesn't work, but if this also doesn't work, then what can I do? Like, if this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, then what works? Ooh, this is good, this is good. I think this is good. I think this is what you want. I think this is the state to be in. Yeah, this is good. This has to be good. If this is not good, then I don't even know what's good anymore. Yeah, this has to be good. I don't even know. If this is not good, then does this hit? Ooh, it even hits there. Oh, but if it hits there, then this is actually very good because this means I can. Ah, this is how it's supposed to line up. It actually does line up if you do it the way the creator wants you to do it. Aha! Ah, okay, so if you know what to do, then this is actually quite easy. Okay, okay. Yeah, because now suddenly, okay, suddenly. Yeah, okay. Ah, okay. Suddenly very easy. He said, and then probably still fails, but I mean, some of what I'm doing here is stupid, of course. You should play shell jumps like this, but like you very rarely want to bump in this situation. You probably want to like do this, like throw in this direction, and then you want to. Yeah, this is very good. And then you do this. Yeah, no, I mean, I was like so confused by this setup, but somehow if you play it the correct way, it actually becomes quite manageable. And somehow it's not completely free, obviously, as you can see. Even if you like understand what the creator wants from you. But does this hit the block? Yeah, it hits the block. Okay, so if it hits the block, then you can actually now go fall. Ah, but this is not what you're supposed to do, I think. But I think it's still fine. Ah, well, this is really bad. This is bad. What I'm doing here is bad. Should probably do this a proper way. What actually is the proper way, though? Is this the proper way? No, it's not the proper way. Wait. If this is not the proper way, then what is the proper way? I thought this might be the proper way, but it isn't. But if this is not the proper way, then I'm not sure the proper way actually exists. Okay, so this is fine, I guess? But then this is not fine. Okay. Uh, yeah, this is not good. Ooh, is this possible? Where you like throw against the wall here and like get a rebound? Like it probably isn't, but better to check. Because it would be the kind of the correct thing to do, I think, if it works. This seems good. This doesn't hit. Yeah, okay, but this misses. Um, okay, so this doesn't work, but if this doesn't work, then once again I'm slightly lost. Because this is very bad. Like, you bounce way too high. And this is clearly not what's supposed to happen. So, but if this is not what's supposed to happen, then I think I have to redo this shell jump. Which is fine. Okay. Am I at the correct position for anything? I'm confused. Apparently this is good. Very confusing. How is this good? Okay, apparently I want to do something like this. Ah yeah, okay, where you do this. And then I die to what exactly? Anyway, something. Yeah, right. This is how these shell jumps are supposed to go. Right, you just like kind of flow through them. Yes, 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 yes. I've had the feeling that this 1F0 is kind of not helping me. Wait, why is this 1F0? What is this 1F0 doing? Stop! Stop! Okay, this 1F0 is kind of like breaking the flow. That's very rude of the 1F0. I mean, the shell is like flowing, but the shell jumps are not anymore. Kind of the shell jumps break because of that. Can you just... Oh yeah, you can just do this. Ooh, wait, if you can do this, you might actually be able to do this. Is this possible? Barely not. Wait, this was actually not optimal though. But this is not good enough. Okay, maybe this? I think you're allowed to throw this late. Barely not possible. Very rude. Come on. This might be fixable though. You might be actually able to do this. Because I think yeah. Probably a just stupid idea to redo this, but yeah, you see. Okay. But if this doesn't work, then I don't know, then I'm sad. Come on. Oh, nice. 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 Uh, this might be still bad though. Just because I can't catch up with the shell. I was just hoping that this shell jump would actually be possible. Yeah. Probably not useful that this is possible. You can still hope though. There's still hope. Because if you hit the shell... Wait, you can't hit the shell lower than this, I think. I think this is like basically already... Actually, I'm surprised how much you can still go lower than the actual position. Huh. I'm surprised how much you can go lower, actually. Yeah, but this is not possible. Yeah, this is not possible. The shell is too slow. Yeah, this is exactly the wrong speed. Okay. So don't do that. Instead, I guess, like, completely do the opposite? And try to, like, shell jump like this? Uh, ah, uh, oh no. I get the shell jump, but I don't make it far enough? Are you kidding me? Okay, never mind. What are you? What are you? Are you just a turn block? You're just a turn block. Okay. Okay, that's a sequence of shell jumps that took like an hour to do. Pretty cool. Uh, Not sarcastically. Actually pretty cool. It's not clear to me if it actually was supposed to be that difficult, but it was. So now I have to deal with it. Um, um, Berge, yes. What is this shell jump? Hello, why are there so many shells in the way? Go away, shells. Stop. Go away. Why are there so many shells? This is supposed to be the difficulty? That I just like get a bunch of shells thrown in my face and have to deal with it? Actually, I'm curious. Can you spin jump through this? Because it might actually be that you can spin jump through this. Wait. Wait, there's a... Oh, this is super cool, actually. I don't care about anything anymore. If this is actually intended, this is super cool. Wow. You see this? You see this? Wow. 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 If this is intended, this is very cool. What am I doing here? Why am I dying? Ah, I'm hitting the red shell way too high. Ah, yeah, clearly, this is Mario Kart Wii. I'm playing Mario Kart Wii. Thank you, I kind of forgot that I was playing Mario Kart here. Thank you for reminding me which game I'm playing. Actually, like really, oh, this is cool. Shell is not fast enough. Go catch up, Shell. Hmm. Wait, this is actually a cool setup, though. I'm not complaining about anything in this room. This was way too cool for me to complain. Why is there a turn block? Why is there a question mark block with a coin inside? Nobody knows. Why does any of this exist? Nobody knows. What are these guys? Sprite 6D. Does anyone know what Sprite 6D is? Invisible solid block? Invisible solid block, I guess. Now, what's not cool? Having invisible solid blocks all over the place. That's actually kind of not cool. Why would you make them invisible? Like, actually, though, why would you make them invisible? Also, like, what is up with the ending of this room? Why are all of the death blocks only half existent? Why is there no layer 2 in this room? I didn't turn it off. This is just how it looks. What is up with this block? What are you? Anyway. Wow, instant death. You don't even get a chance to like live. You just get pushed onto the Switch Palace block and just die. Rip. Time up. I mean, I guess GG for one level. Hi, Mischievous Mark. Wait, when can you move? Is it when it's 0 mod 8? Apparently it's when 0 mod 8. Let's double check that. By the way, like, this room is actually cool. It's very sad that it's so short. Because, like, I kind of like that. Anyway. I have to optimize overworld movement, of course. It's very, very, very important in this completely frame-perfect movie to optimize for overworld input. I just want to see what the correct mod 8 class is. Seems to be... No, what? Okay, apparently it's 7 mod 8, not 0 mod 8. Wow, thank you. Thank you, game. I do know when the correct frame is to enter a level. It's exactly the frame when the level name changes. Might have to delay by 1 frame to like fix the frame rule, but whatever. So how does this look if I... Oh no, I didn't make... Okay, well, just time to watch back the movie then. I just wanted to see how the shell jump section looks. But I guess I do not get to watch just the shell jump section, so I have to watch the entire movie. Wow, terrible. I have to watch 3.5 minutes of gameplay. It's 3.5 minutes already. Also, like, this hack just starting with a random one-sided double wall jump is like... interesting design decision. And then it starts like, then it goes with this, which is actually a kind of cool trick. I kind of wish it iterated more on this. Like, this is such a cool object, what I have in hand here. I mean, I guess what I have in hand here is not so cool, right? This is just a Volcano Lotus plant. But like, look at this guy. You have to just love this guy. This is a sprite you've like, probably like that half of people playing SNW have never seen. Actually, not that half of people who play SNW have never seen. That 99.9% of people who play SNW have never seen. Like, this is such a cool sprite. I love this guy. Also, hi, Bucks88. And like, you get to spin jump on it once. You get to spin jump on it once. Like, come on. So sad. You've had this custom music issue. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with this part. And I wonder if it's a problem with like the person inserting it or if the port is actually kind of borked. Because I remember running into problems like this in like Cruella 1. But honestly, I don't even know if Cruella 1 uses AddMusic K or if it still uses AddMusic 405. I've definitely like used AddMusic 405. um, It's not the port. Basically, instead of changing user defined, so a port is played in the place of a vanilla song, they just removed the vanilla song from the files and replaced it with the ports. Yeah, but that's fine. You're allowed to do that. Like, that typically doesn't break everything. Anyway, it's so weird how this shell jump section that looks like completely harmless took so long. To be fair, all of that time was spent until here. These shell jumps took exactly as long as you think they did. Right? Somehow all of that time was spent trying to figure out what the fuck the creator wants from me here. Wait, are you not allowed to do that for Nintendo Select? I thought you also just did that for Nintendo Select. No, but I mean, I've definitely done this, like, in many places. I'm not... Anyway, this is such a cool setup. Like, just look at this. And, like, particularly look at this. This is so great. Grabbing the shell like this. Ah, very cool. Okay, so that's the first sub-level of 5, because as any good Armageddon copy would do it, there are 5 switch palaces. 4 switch palaces and a final level. Except that we don't switch to Luigi every time. I guess we already are Kirby, so why would we switch to Luigi? Okay, so with all of that said, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Cause this... I mean, I guess I'm just entering this door. And that's just it. Because this is only one screen. It looks like there's supposed to be stuff happening here, but I guess you just enter this door and that's like it. Interesting. Feather? Feather? Weird coin block graphics, or coin block palettes rather. Could I have gotten flight in the first? No. No possibility to get flight there. Can you just like fall? No, you can't just fall. Okay. So I guess you are forced to do this. And then you fall a bit, and then you fall a bit, and then you... cry because you mess up the fake wall jump like a million times in a row. Like, hello? Oh, there you go. Just have to complain. Just have to complain. Just have to complain. But then you complain and then you realize you should have duck jumped. Okay, fair enough. And in particular because I should have duck jumped. I shouldn't have cape spun. So I don't get to activate the block. Very sad. And once again, I don't get to... Actually, I think I can spin jump on this one just to activate the block. I want to activate the block. Let me activate the block game. Oh, right. It's these blocks. Can you stand on this key? No, you can't stand on this key. Very rude. So I guess you just... So I guess you just... So I guess you just do this. And then you throw the key up like this. No, you don't. Because then it falls too quickly. So I guess you just throw the key like this, and then you... And then you... just enter the door. Okay, successfully entered the door. I'm very good at this. At entering doors. I mean. Wow. Actually, this is kind of a cool P-speed setup in the sense that it is at least not like... It doesn't take ages to do it. Ah, of course, you give the player a cape, it's a pit hack, so we have to require a corner clip. Are we going to do anything interesting with the corner clip? No, we just require it. Okay. Why are there blocks up here? Nobody knows. Actually, I don't know. Why would you put blocks up there? Oh well. Okay, so I want to reach a position of 540. Actually, I might want to just do this. Wait, there's an RTA corner clip set up for cape? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there is such a thing, but... I am mildly surprised that there is such a thing. 540, I said. I guess this is good? No. Bad. Huh. I guess this is good? Wait, I am already bad. I guess I'm terrible at corner clips. But I'm supposed to be good at these. Am I lining up on the correct sub? Am I lining up on the wrong subpixel or something? Shouldn't this clip? Am I stupid? Am I writing? Wait. Did I? Oh, I'm. Yeah. I want to do it without marking the block. And yeah, I aimed for the wrong pixel. Uh, 262, 262, 266, I guess. Ah, there you go. Easy clip. Easy sticky fly. Why does marking the block help? Because it tells you which pixel to aim for. I was just like guessing the pixel I'm aiming for. Turns out I had misremembered. Also bad. Just let me do the perpetual air catch, come on. Wait, this is bad. Wait, you look at Mario when it comes to clips? What? Why would you do that? That sounds like just pain. That sounds like just pain to me. Like honestly, that just sounds like pain to me. I see no reason why you would want to do that. But so I mean, so what is the thing? So you click on the block and it tells you where the wall hitbox starts, right? And the wall hitbox starts at 540.f. And the thing is, you don't want to actually aim for 541.0. I mean, aiming for 541.0 is what you would do if you want to do a wall clip. But corner clips work differently. You don't really come from the side, you come from above. And so what you really want to hit is the point where the ground hitbox barely doesn't start yet. And the ground hitbox starts 2 pixels inwards of the wall hitbox. So instead of being at 541.0, you want to be at 539.0. And so if you look at where I am, well, look, I'm at 539.0. Yeah, but like, you say you're very inexperienced at the field, but it feels like to me that you would need quite a lot of experience to tell how to do a corner, to be able to tell how to do a corner clip just from looking at Mario, because I can't do that. Like, I know which numbers to look at, and that's like it. I have no idea what Mario should look like. Does the why not matter? Not so much. It's not nearly as precise. Because the minimum speed to get a corner clip is 33. And typically you will be moving down at like whatever, 60 or something, right? So which means that you have like a, I don't know, huge amount of window, right? So 2-pixel window, which given that the x-axis is subpixel perfect is like, yeah, 2 pixels, I don't care. I mean, yeah. But in case you listen to me when I explained why a corner clip works, the point is you want to come above and you want to already actually be inside, sort of far enough into the wall that the wall hitbox would start. But the point is, of course, you don't want to be actually pushed by the wall on that frame, because you still need to be moving to the left. So you want to be exactly high enough that the wall hitbox doesn't start yet. And or in numbers, you want to be optimally 5.f pixels below what the script tells you where the ground hitbox starts. Because the wall hitbox starts 6 pixels below the ground hitbox. I mean, of course, this is a complete lie, what I just said. Because the point is not that the ground hitbox starts 6 pixels below the wall hitbox or something stupid, but rather that the distance between these interaction points is 6 pixels. But you might as well pretend that the wall hitbox starts 6 pixels below the ground hitbox and call it a day. But the truth is, of course, that these two interaction points are 6 pixels apart, and that's the actual reason why any of this works. And it's also not that the ground hitbox starts like 2 pixels farther left than the wall hitbox starts or something stupid. It's that the distance between these two interaction points is 2 pixels. Once again, that's the reason why any of this works. But yeah, which Lua is this? This is SMW TAS by Amarati Kondo. But also, I think your Lua script should probably also display it this way. It's just that you need to click twice. Or is your problem that you are stuck with one of these scripts that only tells you hex numbers? In which case, I don't know, go download Datsun script or something. Or actually, I think the newer versions allow you to switch to decimal anyway. So. But kind of there was a time when some of the scripts forced you to use hex positions, and I was like, yeah, no. But if you ask me if you should switch to the script, the answer is probably no, because this is like old as hell, doesn't work on SA1, probably doesn't work on the latest version of BizHawk, and doesn't have a bunch of features that like are actually useful sometimes. So there are good reasons not to use this. Wait, why am I flying with 50 speed? This is an embarrassment. When you draw the tile, if you double click, it erases it. Okay. I mean, I don't know which version of this, which script you are using. I mean, I guess you can also use the script that comes bundled with BizHawk or something, but yeah, that's kind of the thing that I would not do. I mean, it's fine. Like, It's not bad, but it's also not great, I think. It's some old version of the script at the end of the day. Actually, maybe modern versions of BizHawk have like something decent bundled with them. I don't know. Do I need to do the glitch? Looks like I might have to. Let's open this in Real Magic and let's just see. 102. 108. Why is there a midway entrance? Nobody knows. Okay, this was the first room, this was the second room, this was the third room, and now we go here. Honestly, this looks like you don't need to do the trick. Should I just be annoying and just not do the glitch and just pretend I don't know? Okay, I'll be annoying and just pretend I don't know the trick. Let's go. Just be annoying and pretend I don't know the trick. I have no idea what the heck wants from me here. Like, actually no clue. Like, I have no idea what this heck wants from me. Wait. Oh, I fucked up my save stating. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh, that's bad. Did I fuck up my save states that badly? Ah, I didn't. It's fine. This one is usable. Just want to get, maybe try to get P-Speed here. I don't think you can keep P-Speed now. But that's also just fine. .23 speed is the maximum speed you can do this kind of jump in. You can do this kind of jump with. Okay, so here's the question. Was I right that this is possible without... Ooh, I might need to hold A at least. Tighter than I had. Oh, but it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Ah, my intuition told me it should be possible to to go there, and it is. Barely is. Estimating jump distances still works, I guess. Ah, but this is bad. Wait, why is this bad? Because I was too fast? Yeah, because I was too fast, apparently. Okay. Huh? Then you get P-Speed? And then you pray that this jump is actually possible, but I think it is. Should be possible, right? This is the kind of jump that's possible. Probably people have actually RTA'd this exact jump. The good thing is I don't even need to worry too much about stuff here. Except that I should probably slightly worry about stuff here. 297.f. Okay, wait, but is this exact jump in one of Eden's hack, or is like a one-tile gap in one of Eden's hacks? Because I don't think this exact jump is. You see, I mean, somehow the jump is not just the fact that there's a one-tile gap here, right? Like it's the spacing between everything here. I'm not saying this is somehow stupid hard, the setup. It isn't. Just to get that straight. But I am inclined to sort of doubt that this exact. By the way, divided as 295.f. The correct number I should have said is 291.f. Anyway. You see. If you know what you're doing, these are easy. For some reason, I don't get the corner clip. I don't get the wall jump. Do I not get the wall jump because I'm too slow or because I'm just missing the lineup? 288 to 330. I'm saying numbers. Do these numbers mean anything? 336. Yeah, this number means something. Whoop. Yeah, I'm off. How far am I off? 2 pixels. Can I fix this? Actually, only 1 pixel. Can I fix this? I can probably get 1 more pixel, right? Right. You just get 1 more pixel by just like doing this. Oh. I guess this is not how you get 1 more pixel. I guess this is how you get like 10 more subpixels. But 1 pixel is not 10 subpixels. Turns out. Big news. Yeah, that's slightly sad. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's really like. Yeah, I guess. Okay, too bad. It's like 1 pixel off or something stupid. Wait, what? Huh. In case you didn't realize why I'm surprised here, it is normally if you release a key at a high speed, or normally if you release a key and then don't accelerate, you don't interact with it anymore because it's going faster than you. But sometimes, at some speeds, if the subpixels align the correct way, you actually get like 1 or 2 interaction frames. And that allows you to land on the key without having to adjust your speed, which is sometimes useful. Okay, by the way, I didn't know how the glitch worked. That's why I had to break the room. It's very sad. Very sad. It probably was a very cool glitch that I've never seen before. Hi, Shao. Thanks for the luck. Are you kidding me? Is this really... Is this guy really giving me like a fucking 2-tile high flying thing? Like, I'm already procrastinating on flying high again. Like, do I really have to get another hack that like forces me to do this? Really? Really? Is that really necessary? Hello? Please? Can you not? Maybe I can break this. Pitsicos love this. What? Too high flying? I am kind of sick of it, honestly. Like I mean I know I'm somehow guilty of that myself. I mean I've used this trick myself before, but how do you use this again? This go away. Kind of like Tutal flying. I'm kind of sick of it. It had its time, and I think that time is over for me. Doesn't mean like everyone should hate it now. Just that I'm kind of done with it. In some sense, that's the reason why I kind of, or that's one of the reasons why I'm procrastinating on flying high again. I'm kind of not the biggest fan of that anymore. I mean, not. Yeah, I mean, other reasons are. Honestly, I kind of just realized I don't like cape movement all that much. Like, it's fine to do it for like a bit, but I'm just really noticing that I'm not having all that much fun with like task cape. Like somehow it's very samey. Like it looks cool. Like don't get me wrong. I still think like task cape looks cool and so on, um but actually doing the inputs yourself is like somewhat repetitive. And unfortunately not like repetitive in the good way. Like you still need to spend quite a lot of brain power on like actually getting it. Or at least I have to. But it's never on like actually interesting stuff. It's sort of like on making sure that your cape spin aligns in the correct direction. You think modern hacks don't realize the cape's potential? Like, have you seen Flying High again? Like, genuine question. Like, have you seen Flying High again? How much do you still remember? Because, I mean, the hack has been out for like 2 years at this point, basically. And what exactly are you missing in that hack? Because if you can answer all of these questions, then great, you have answered some interesting questions, I think. Oh, wait, this. You only remember a lot of it is flying through tight tunnels. It's kind of funny though, because it's sort of true. Kind of a lot of it is flying through tight tunnels. How much level is there still? Okay, not so much. I mean, how much room is there still? I guess that's the actual sentence I should be saying. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I do agree that a lot of flying high again is flying through tunnels. But it is not like there's nothing else, right? Like, because somehow between all of the tunnel flying, there is actually also a lot of cool stuff, right? Because realistically, To say an extremely stupid sentence, if it was just tunnel flying, the moderation would be over. Because nobody needs to have a hack of half-hour hack of tunnel flying. Kind of don't need that in your life. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not completely wrong, of course. There is a lot of tunnel flying. I will say that one of my favorite rooms from the actual watching experience was one of my least favorite rooms to play, and I didn't finish it. Which is the which is the how's this glitch called? Rotating net glitch room. Because it is the rotating net glitch, and it looks so cool. And the actual execution is just tunnel flying again. But ultra precise, at like 100 speed. And you can't slow down, and you can't slow down. And I'm just not liking it. Because it is just tunnel flying at a high speed. And that's just the entire room. It looks cool. It actually looks cool. No, absolutely no criticism on how it looks. It looks actually very cool, I think. Have you seen the room where you carry a throw box through several tunnels while playing? Yeah, I've played that one even. I think that one was... It sounds so stupid when I say this, but that one was actually one of the more interesting ones. Because when you think it is just tunnel flying, it is actually tunnel flying with a twist, and the twist makes the tunnel flying somewhat palatable. I think there's much less interesting tunnel flying in the hack. I guess my somehow real design criticism of the hack is not that there's a lot of tunnel flying, because that's a silly criticism, because true, but also why is that bad? I guess the actual problem I have is that tunnel flying is just kind of used as the filler obstacle through the entire hack. So whenever there's nothing interesting going on, there's just a tunnel flight. And there's nothing happening. Like, basically, it's used as the spacing between two obstacles. It's tunnel flying. And this just gets on my nerves so badly. Through half an hour of the hack. But also, I do want to point out, my reaction would be actually quite different if it would be I don't know, just precision jumping. And you could levy the same criticism against that as well. And the key difference is that I actually do enjoy precision jumping. And I do actually enjoy speed optimization. And I do enjoy consecutive shell jumping, right? And I really don't like tunnel flying. Okay, manual screen scrolling pipe, yeah, that's even worse than tunnel flying, honestly. Get out of get it out of with actual screen scrolling pipes. Screen scrolling pipes are one of my least favorite Kaizo tropes, honestly. Because they are literally just hand input over to the game. The end. And somehow it looks like something is happening, but nothing is happening. It's I'm allergic to them, I think. I think I'm just allergic to screen scrolling pipes. By the way, what am I doing here? The answer is I'm missing a shell. Quite a lot, though. I'm missing the shell a lot. I'm an expert at missing the shell, I think. Like, I'm expertly missing the shell. Like, look at this. You see how I'm missing the shell? Yeah, I see it as well. I'm off by 2 subpixels. To be fair, I shouldn't complain too much. I know that the setup is possible with, like, in much, much, much worse conditions. And why do I know this? Because it's in Cataclysm. A much, 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 much worse version of this. I can't even say much as many times as it is worse than this, like, in terms of required precision. Because with this one, I was just being lazy. But wait, can I be annoying and, like, once again pretend I don't understand the setup? I think I can be annoying. Maybe once again pretend that I don't understand the setup. Let's see. Uh, I read 777. I think I might actually have to might have to understand the setup. Pretending I don't understand the setup doesn't seem to work. Is that true, though? No, that's not true. I can't just pretend I don't understand the setup, right? Yeah, I can just pretend. That's great. You see? Oh, I don't understand the setup. Oh no. Except that I now have to set up a zip with Cape. You know what I hate about Cape? That it takes about, like, yeah, okay. That's another thing about Cape. I really don't like the basic Cape movement. Why? Because it takes away, like, the core mechanic of SMW, which is being able to control your jump angle, your jump arc extremely granularly with a shitty float that has no granularity whatsoever. Like, it takes away, like, one of the coolest features of SMW movement and just replaces it with, like, something that's just plain boring. That's a zip. Wait, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Exactly my criticism? This, like, goddamn Cape. You see this? Right. Love it. You see, to some extent, I actually agree with you. I like that Cape is its own game. But this form of Cape movement that I'm showcasing right now is not its own game in any interesting way. It's just shit. Like, somehow cape gliding taking away your vertical movement freedom is just, like, awful, I think. Cape flying itself is cool in the regard that it actually does have a lot of depth to it. I kind of don't like how it ends up playing at, like, TAS level. But that's also kind of just because I did it. I kind of did most of the stuff that you can do with Cape in terms of movement already. And kind of ran out of things like that might be interesting to do with it. Because, like, tunnel flying only carries for so long. And I will straight up tell you that if you made an entire hack out of the, for example, the Cataclysm Cape room, you would just make a shit hack. Like, I will straight up tell you that. Like, if you take the Cataclysm Cape room and you think it's very cool, then I will just tell you, the only reason you think that is because it is short. And if it was 10 times as long, it would just be shit. And I actually don't think the other rooms in Cataclysm have that issue as much. And sort of if you look at Armageddon, for example, you will also see that there's not a lot of cape in there. There's actually some cape. I mean, there's some cape. And it's also not terrible. But it is also, I don't think, anyone's favorite part of the hack. For good reasons, I think. Although, actually, one of the cape setups in Armageddon is actually very cool. Wait. Let me point out my favorite cape setup in Armageddon, probably. So this is Armageddon. You know Armageddon. I think everyone here knows Armageddon. Where is it? I mean, somehow this is the main room with cape, right? You get the cape here. But actually, this setup is extremely cool, I think. Like this right here. Because it is a cape setup, but it also kind of just isn't a cape setup. It is more like a takeoff meter control setup. Because the point is you jump with P meter the first time here, and then you jump again here, and then here, and then here, and then here. But the problem is that if you don't manage your takeoff meter very carefully, it will either completely run out, or you will just straight up run into the spikes here, right? Because if you just jump in here with a cape and your takeoff meter is 0, then you get the huge jump and you just ram into the spikes and die. And so this setup is secretly just a takeoff control meter, like a takeoff meter control setup. And I really like this. Very cool. But then, for example, look at this, right? Like, what is the point here? This corner clip's kind of cool, but also not terribly interesting. And then, like, what is this? Who cares? And then the cape setup just ends, right? No more cape. I mean, you use this for, like, getting P meter. And then you cape slam twice. But yeah. Kind of that's it. That's somehow the main Armageddon cape. I don't think there's much more cape. I mean, there is more cape than this. But not a lot more. Somehow I think that's the longest cape section in the hack. 3. 3. 3. Where's 3? Where's 3? I know what you mean by 3. 3. Here's a cape. But also the cape section goes like literally until here. Like that's it. These munchers, they end your cape section. That's the end of the cape section. Goes from here to here. Fast scroll room? Wait, does that have a cape? Am I stupid? Doesn't have a cape, right? Oh, it has 3. Oh, it's this 3 that you meant. Oh, it's this 3. I thought you were talking about this 3 because it is a cape section. Not this 3. Oh well, you know which 3 I mean. The one that I just showed. Oops. I thought you were talking about this 3. Why is there even a 3 in the scroll room? Good question. I know what this 3 means. Wait, what does the 3 in the scroll room mean again? I think it's because it's 3 timed lifts here and 3 P switches. I think that's the reason why it's a 3 here. Because it's 3 of these and 3 of these. And the point is that there's actually like a huge problem with sprite limits in this room. And particularly, I mean, this setup, right? I mean, this setup, the point is that you throw up all of these throw blocks and then despawn some of these guys. By the way, fuck these platforms. These platforms, I hate these platforms so much. Wait, is it these platforms? It's these platforms, right? I'm not yelling at the wrong platforms. Yeah, I'm yelling at the correct platforms. Fuck these platforms. And these platforms. No, it's these platforms. It's really these. These are fine. No problem with these. Huge problem with these. Ah. Okay, that's it. Back to yelling at this hack. Back to yelling at Cape, I mean. Old man yelling at platforms. I'm not that old. But yeah, I mean, I know what you're referencing. What am I doing here, by the way? Wait, I'm stupid. What am I doing here? I'm being stupid. Right. Actually, I'm confused. I'm fucking this up quite badly, I think. Am I fucking this up quite badly? Oh, now I realize what I'm fucking up. Okay, that's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I just need to... No, I mean, I got the reference. Yeah, I got the reference. I was just being deliberately obtuse. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, what am I doing? I'm being incompetent. Right. Okay, so you... Right, so you... Wait, this doesn't work. Wait, this doesn't work. Oh, that's so... Fuck. Okay, just mash buttons. At some point it will work. There you go. Good thing I know how this engine works. You just mash buttons and sometimes stuff works. Very good. Okay, good thing I was able to get away with not understanding setups for quite a bit of that room. By the way, in case you couldn't tell, this is not actually a good thing about this hack. The fact that I'm like able to deliberately misunderstand half of the setups and get away with it. It's not terrible, because at the end of the day, right, you can do that in a lot of, especially like not super restrictive pit hacks. And by restrictive, I mean difficult. But if I'm able to do the same old bullshit every time, that's also not great. Also, you know what I did there? I ignored the P-Speed setup. Also, you know what this is? It's an Armageddon setup, except that the person doesn't know how Armageddon works. So you just don't have to do it. Like, that's kind of a problem in this hack. There is an amount of copying from Armageddon going on, except that the person doesn't quite seem to know why the stuff in Armageddon actually works the way it does. Because in Armageddon, that setup is forced, right? It's not forced here. Can you actually... I should probably do this properly, right? The proper thing. The proper thing to do here is to... Actually, how do you even do this? How do you separate out these two string boards? Hi, Tom. Armageddon from Tim. I mean, I don't want to like be this harsh, right? Because at the end of the day, I do actually think it is kind of cool to have more accessible versions of some of the setups in Armageddon. I do actually think that's a cool thing. But you do need to actually force them in that case. And for example, this thing is not forced. It's just not. It's just completely not. I didn't even do anything. I mean, like, look at what I did. Come on. Yeah, I mean that's that's kind of the point, Magic Key, right? This hack isn't awful. This is not a terrible hack. This is a hack that lacks polish. It is not a great hack. I won't claim that. But it is not a terrible hack. Stunt bite setup, yes. Yes, this is extremely much a stunt bite setup. And once again, I will just tell you that I'm not a fan of someone just copying setups from a work in progress hack. Yeah, but once again, Tom, right? I mean, somehow my problem is not the fact that this hack uses Armageddon setups, because as I said, I think that's actually kind of cool to have accessible versions of Armageddon setups. Yeah, okay, wait, Magic Key. You claim you might be a bit guilty of that, but I mean, somehow what you do with the trigger corruption is very different from what Stuntbite does, right? Can you just... Oh, I actually need to pay attention here, or what? You're telling me I need to pay attention in this hack? Wow, crazy. Guess I'm telling myself that. But I need to pay attention in this hack. This is like that other Armageddon setup in Last in the Fast Room. Exactly. Exactly. Right? For those people who don't have the entirety of Armageddon memorized, what the Berge with extremely broken graphics? And what the heck is this palette? Wait, I fucked up. Wait, how did I fuck up again? Oh, I fucked up because there's lag. Oh god, meshing AB while having to account for lag. Wait, is this... How is this related to Mario's drug trip? Am I supposed to know this? I have to admit I kind of never cared for Mario's drug trip. One of these hacks that I know exists and is like kind of totally not my style. You think it's very funny? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. By the way, why am I even caring about keeping 64 speed here? Like, that completely doesn't matter, right? Like, you just don't have to do this. Once again. Like, none of this is forced. I mean, these are just two pencils, and you just, like, jump through them, right? You just kind of jump through them, right? Can you just not kind of jump through them? You can, right? Pencil hitboxes aren't that messy. You can just kind of jump through them. Yeah, you just kind of jump through them. You can probably... Why do I get a cape like 7 million times, get this PSP set up, instead of just giving me the cape once and just doing a bunch of stuff with it? Like, every room just starts off giving me a new cape. Like, come on. Okay, but this is the last room before you. Huh. Hmm. A multi-coin block. For some reason, there's a multi-coin block here. No idea why there's a multi. Actually, why is there a multi-coin block here? Like, does the creator want me to duplicate this block over here and then throw the shell from here instead of just throwing it from here like a normal player? What? Is that the point? Like, or is it just here like for decoration and to make me think that the creator has gone insane? I mean, seriously, like, hello? Why are you here? Also, by the way, I have to point this out every time I remember it. I have to point this out every time I remember it. Ah, okay, that's it. It's even. Oh, I was about to like say, oh yeah, very cool, but it's still map 16. But actually, the creator has figured out that you can place several map 16 objects in one tile. But the creator has not figured out that you can just resize these guys. Remarkable, honestly, remarkable. 352 objects, by the way. Anyway, welcome to the stream where I just shit on creators for like not being able to use Lunar Magic for no good reason. No. Welcome to the stream where I point out common Lunar Magic mistakes. Could you get outside of this and then clip back in at the end? Hmm. Possibly, although I do lack a very good spot to do it. Let's try out something, actually. Left north block zip potential. Yes. And then? I see that you can zip on the left north block, yes, I can see that. The hard part is not zipping on these node blocks, right? Just to make that clear, right? The hard part is to somehow set up the zip in a way that you keep takeoff meters so that you can still fly afterwards. That's the hard part. Of course you can zip here. Yeah, sure, I can see that. It might be possible to just do this, right? I'm not saying this is impossible or anything. You might be able to just keep P meter, takeoff meter. Sorry, P meter doesn't matter. But the thing is, like, you somehow need to get. I mean, somehow you need to be able to get flight so that you don't immediately lose the cape the moment you hit these guys, and rather get high frames. And so you first need to set your takeoff meter. But how do you set your takeoff meter? By jumping. So you jump, but then you like jump here, and then you have to go back, and all the while your takeoff meter is ticking, right? I'm not saying this is impossible, but you see that the naive approach kind of just doesn't keep enough takeoff meter, right? Especially because note blocks tend to kick you out. Although this is probably workaroundable if you just try hard enough. But somehow that's the reason why I'm saying it's not trivial. Not because, I mean, obviously you can zip on that note block. The question is rather, how do you intend to keep takeoff meter? Because that's the actual somehow that's the actual obstacle in some sense. Ah, come on, really? That terrible? And the problem is that the ground is very uneven, so you can't even do the thing where you repeatedly lose and regain takeoff P meter in order to reset the takeoff meter every time. I need some better save states. Current save states are kind of awful. Let's set some save states here. Set save states. And then let's see. Do this properly. Ah, you see, if you do this properly, then suddenly actually the world changes a lot for the better. Suddenly things stop sucking. Ah, that's beautiful. You can... Ah, you see this? Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, you see this new takeoff meter. And so what can you do with new takeoff meter? Exactly. I don't know. Now you can actually just corner clip here, right? Because now I have a lot of takeoff meter. Which gives me enough time to set up this corner clip in a way that doesn't suck. Although I still kind of never like these kind of corner clips where you have to set them up in like very confined spaces, but since this is now also a bit of an educational stream, let's teach people how to do shitty corner clips. So first of all, how do you do a shitty corner clip? First of all, you complain that everything sucks. After you're done complaining, you mark the block in your Lua script that is hopefully capable of that. And then you realize, wait, I need to go to 347.0 because the block starts at 348.f. So you need to go to 347.0. So 347.0, that's a very nice number. It's unfortunately not the position that I'm at. So now that you're done complaining, you kind of go like, yeah, I don't know. How do you even play this game? And then after you realize you don't actually know how to play this game, you notice that everything is terrible. And then, you complain again. This is the worst explanation you could possibly give for what's happening, but I actually don't know what I'm doing. I thought I knew what I was doing. But actually it's going wrong here. I'm having the correct X position. I'm actually failing the Y position. Just to, like, actually be somewhat informative of what's going wrong here. And actually on most of these attempts I was too low, and now I'm too high. Because it turns out that the cape is not actually that good at giving you, like, granular control over what you want to do with your... but now I'm too... Alright, now I'm too high. So actually, you can do this. And then still be too low. Huh, that's terrible. And then you can do this. And then still be too high. Oh, wow. And then you can do this and be too low. Fuck this fucking game. Okay. And after all of this complaining, you just get the clip. Isn't that great, right? You just, like, yell at the game enough, and suddenly, you just realize it just works. And then you complain about Cape because you... Fuck this game. I think this is fine. I think I'm just being over dramatic, but... I do want to point out that I hate this. What's happening right now? Okay. I was holding Y, that's the problem. Don't hold Y. If you hold Y, then the cape thinks you should start flying, but you don't want to start flying yet. So you just don't hold Y. Okay, great. And then after complaining all this time, you are now below the level. Enjoy. That's the tutorial how to corner clip and confined spaces. You just hate everything, you yell a lot of times, and suddenly the clip just works. It just works. I don't know why it works, but just kind of works. And then you realize, wait a second, you got big air, so now you actually need to be careful when getting air. Oh no! There's a death block ceiling, so now I actually have to, like, do sort of the thing that I hate, which is, like, actually thinking about cape movement. Oh no. It's not so terrible. Except that it is terrible. I immediately did the first air catch the wrong way. Okay, so here's actual cape flight tutorial. Maybe, possibly. You look at the current facing direction. It is currently facing right with a timer of 3. If I now press right, if I now press X, then Mario does a cape spin, right? That's how the game works. But the cape spin takes 18 frames, which is 2 full cycles of this going around plus 2 extra frames. And so if I now press cape spin, the cape spin will end with Mario facing left. Except that what I just said is completely wrong, because this one doesn't actually show what you're facing direction would be. It just shows where Mario is currently facing, which is right, obviously. I didn't need the script to tell me that. And I keep forgetting what minus and plus means. And so you have to re-derive what this actually means every single time. But I guess what I just said is correct. You do actually end up facing left. But But you see, you end up facing left, and because you end up facing left, your air catch ends up being cancelled. And so now, next time this hits -3, or also next time this hits +2, let's say, you can just cape spin again and just repeat. Somehow press some random buttons until you get a cape spin, and then the cape spin automatically cancels itself because you're facing left at the end of it. And that's it. That's how you cape fly in TAS settings. It's terribly interesting, except the fact that you are sometimes forced to do this extremely precisely in ways that are just not all that interesting. Okay, this is probably like the worst explanation of this I could have also possibly given, honestly. But at least it didn't contain any factual errors, I think. But also I'm just way too low right now, huh? But okay, so yeah, the corner clip thing that, I don't know, you just kind of yell at the screen and then sometimes it works. I mean, somehow the thing you will notice it, or if you, I don't know how clear it was. The first thing I did was actually make sure I know where I'm trying to aim at, which is 347.0. And then the first thing I did was find out possible patterns of pressing left and right that get the correct horizontal position, and then later on I tried to modify that pattern until it also gave me the correct vertical position. And somehow that's what I pretty much do all the time there. And I think that's sort of the correct way of doing it. Because these clips are typically much more precise on the x-axis than on the y-axis. So you should first worry about getting the x-axis correct, and then you can maybe think about the y-axis if it didn't accidentally work out, which also happens like quite a lot of times. And here it is kind of just a thing of like you cape spin when the cape spin when the facing frame rule is correct, and so you end up facing the correct way at the end of it. And then you just make sure that near the end of the cape spin you try to get an air catch in. Like whoop, air catch. And then, I don't know. Air catch. And then like here, maybe an air catch. Except that apparently I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing myself. Wait! I was just listening to Magic Key, but actually he's wrong. You know, it would be my responsibility to actually check Magic Key's claims. No, you cannot clip back. You cannot get outside and clip back at the end, because the level just ends here. Very good that I tested this for you. Fuck this. No. Yeah, maybe top right, but like then you have to go around like here, and why would you care? Like just fly properly. I don't know. Seems like more work to go around. Okay, anyway. Very good that we found that out. Very nice. Back to regularly scheduled programming. I'm not so clear that the author saw, it's not so clear to me that the author saw this coming at all, but an accidental break fix is still a break fix, so um, oh wait, I don't actually have big air. I was like wondering why does the air catch end? And the answer is because I don't have big air. Great. If you don't have big air, then your air catches just kind of end. Yeah, that's how the game works. What makes the big air so big? No, I know how to do this properly. I'm just not going to. Because it's just kind of boring. And by properly, I mean I know how to do this quickly, but it is just kind of boring. I mean, somehow you can just take it safe and just do this. There are fast ways of going through here, but they're a lot more painful. And I just don't care enough. So the actual big question is, can I pretend to not understand the setup again? I think I might have to actually I think I might not actually get away with that now. I might have to like actually do the setup half properly. Let's see in Lunar Magic how much I can get away with. You can definitely, yeah, you can wall jump here and then shell jump here, but then you need to wall jump here and then you don't have a shell anymore. So you need to actually be able to fly after this. And if you need to be able to fly after going through this turn block, I guess this means I have to at least activate the turn block using the shell while keeping flight. Which of course still doesn't force me to duplicate the Pulticon block anywhere. Even though the setup totally seems to be designed around that. By the way, I keep forgetting why this. Right. No. I know when this works. This is how you keep flight. Kill the shell. Okay. Goodbye. I didn't need the shell, right? I can just kill it. By the way, it took it was a very long time that I didn't know that this was possible when I just did. It's just kind of funny that this is possible in the first place. In case you didn't look, I mean the fact that you can actually just stomp a shell when you are caped, and the shell dies. It's just kind of funny. By the way, this is like terminally bad gameplay what you're seeing here. Like, it's very inelegant. Also, I just kind of don't care. But I just wanted to point it out. As per usual, it is extremely questionable why there is a shell there, because like why is it there? Nobody knows. Uh, like, you can't even argue about like iframes or something. Like, I get to keep almost all of the iframes through the door this way. Also, the iframes just kind of don't matter because, yeah, switch palace. Okay, that marks 2 out of 5, and it only took, let's say, a lot less time than the first one. In fact, going through this entire sublevel took about as much time as the one consecutive shell jump. Which is kind of funny. Also, I kind of missed the timing for switching overworld level. Also, yeah, interesting overworld is. Wait, the level has the same name as the other one. Now I don't know when to enter. Oh no, that's terrible. That's my visual cue. The level name enter and the level name changing. Random floating bridge is a vibe. Yeah, random floating bridge, like random discolored water, random cut off, random custom sprite. It's a interesting overworld, let's just say. Okay, so what's the next one? Looks like a castle level to me. What's going on in this one? Let's see. 111. One springboard. Wait, one springboard? One springboard. Oh, I guess I'll see what layer 2 smash 1 means again. Okay. What the hell is going on here? You just enter a door, then you get a key, you enter a pipe? You enter a door? And you have some precision swimming? You get Yoshi and you do Yoshi Springboard? This is 23, wait, 1C. 1C is here, 23, 23 goes here, 1D, 1D goes here, 1E, 1E goes here, 22, 22 goes to 112 instead. This one, for some reason, needs to be in a different sublevel. So now we go there, then to 1F. 1F goes to goes here, goes to here. How many keys are these? 1 key, 2 keys. So 3 keys. Do I need to say it? 3 keys, a cape, and this setup. What does this remind you of? I'll just leave it at that. And this is an actual midway point. Also, hilarious. Wait, first of all, these here are mantras. These here are cement blocks. But also, the guy just gives you a midway point and expects you to kill yourself using the note blocks, but then... That's not how you force something. That's not how you force killing yourself with note blocks. I mean, somehow this hack is full of these little oversights. Where's the midway entrance? That does actually have a midway entrance. Goes to F0. Okay. Yeah, you're supposed to make a colon 3 with the notebooks, else it won't work. Exactly, exactly. How am I supposed to play the game if there's not enough colon 3 here? You know, what does this remind you of if you see this? This is a sort of half-genuine question, because I feel like I might just be seeing ghosts. But what does this remind you of when you see this? What? The Koopas at the end? Am I stupid? These are keys. But let's just say, I mean, it might just be that I'm seeing ghosts or something, but this reminds me an awful lot of certain rooms in the end. Once again, I might just be seeing ghosts. I mean, I know it's not literally copied, right? Like this looks a lot more lenient than the end, but somehow conceptually it's quite similar, I think. Yeah. Wait. 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 You see what this is? Because I sure see what this is. Oh wow. Really? Also, it's completely not forest. It's just completely not forest. But I do see what they're going for here. Not completely not forest, but I do see what this is trying to be. Oh wow. Oh wow. I mean, I guess I was like asking for it, right? Like, oh yeah. Is the only thing that makes it forest in Cataclysm the fact that it goes upwards at the end? Yes. Yes. That's kind of the key thing that makes it forest. Yes. If it didn't go upwards, you can just do literally anything else. Actually, there's a second thing that makes it sort of forced in Armageddon. In Cataclysm, sorry. Which is... which is the fact that if you do not have at least one of them eat cancelled, then how are you going to transport the two shells on Yoshi through here in the first place? Right, that's the other that's kind of the other thing. The fact that this is built in a way that makes it like how are you going to transport two shells through this without at least one being eat cancelled? And how are you going to transport them through this if the... Yeah, if not both of them are eat cancelled, basically. You might actually be able to go through here without only one of them being eat cancelled, but somehow going through this with none of them being eat cancelled, like, yeah, how are you going to do that? And the thing is, um, this kind of doesn't have the same amount of like complexity to it that it becomes impossible to just take two shells through this filter. Turns out you can just take two shells through this filter. I mean, because it doesn't filter for that in the first place. Filters for Yoshi. Actually, there's a different claim you can make here, which is that it might even be that this fails to filter for Yoshi. That using some Armageddon strats, you can even bring the Yoshi through this. It's not entirely clear to me if that's true, but it's not obviously wrong. Oh, no, actually it is. It is wrong. Because the Armageddon filter requires these to have ground collision. I think, the Armageddon strat. I think if these guys don't have ground collision, I don't think you can do the Armageddon strat. And by Armageddon strat, I mean... where is it? It's in the desert. I mean... where is it? This. If you remember this setup from Armageddon. The point is that you can take a Yoshi through this situation. Okay. Back to looking at this hack. And by looking, I mean actually playing it. Can you just... Why does this, like... Oh, it does work. Almost. So you do actually get to jam your head against the ceiling like this. And then the problem is that the springboard loses too much vertical speed too quickly. Okay. But I was waiting for the layer 2 to smash anyway, so... So I guess the point is that you just do what I just did, but better. And by better, I mean... you do it in such a way that you... Okay, when did I do this? Apparently... Ah. I guess I messed that up. I wanted the springboard to land on the... Wait, does the springboard even interact with layer 2? I guess I should check that. It does, okay. Oh yeah, right, of course it does. That's why it even rebounded there. I'm stupid. Oops. Oh, this is not enough. Oh, I thought this was enough. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not good enough. Oh. Ah, I had hoped this was enough. Hmm. Hmm. What does this mean? What do I make of this information? Do I just do this? Oh, that's a bit silly. But I guess it works. And if it works, it must be intended. And I guess up here there's a door somewhere? Yeah, there's a door somewhere. And you just enter it. Okay. And here you just have a switch balance filter. And for some reason the slope kills you? What? No, the slope doesn't kill... The ground kills you. Aha, the dirt there. This dirt tile kills you. The ledge is fine, the slope is fine, the ledge is fine, the dirt tile kills you. Okay. Wait, what is this script doing? It's giving me like a helper hitbox for the pipe? That's wild. I didn't know it tried to help you with pipe entries. I think that's what it's trying to do. These tiles are pipe tiles, by the way. They're horizontal pipe tiles, in case you couldn't tell from the graphics. Which of course you couldn't. Um. uh... Hello? Hello? I guess don't know how... Oh. I guess I don't know how to press the Y button, and then I'm confused about Mario being very slow to change direction. Yeah, very good. I know how this game works. Wait, I'm confused. Why can't I grab this key into the pipe? What? Clearly I don't know how pipes work. Or how keys work? Or how the entire game works? Clearly I don't know how something works in any case. Well, anyway. Oh no, it wasn't about the pipe. It is not a pipe helper. It is a green bean helper, I think. I think the script was trying to give me a green bean helper. Because there's a green bean here. It's like, can try to... The script doesn't try to help you with pipes, right? But it does try to help you with green beans, I knew that. Can you? I'm confused. Oh wait, is this just the one that expands vertically as well? Oh, yeah, okay. It's like, how are you supposed to get through anything here? But that makes a lot more sense. Because these clips I know. Ah, right, it's the bottom part. Wait. Okay. You just kind of swim. Okay, this is terrible what I'm doing here. you just kind of swim. And then you just kind of try to clip here, right? You just kind of try to clip here, I wanted to say, but apparently you need to pay a bit more attention. Okay. Uh, Thought I knew how these clips worked. Apparently I don't. I'm confused. Hmm. Okay, apparently you just do it this way. You just kind of stand here. Okay. Now the game is not left side right symmetric, so this clip is actually should be easier actually. Or maybe it's harder. Wait, the game is not left right symmetric, but this is the same exact clip. Am I stupid? The game is not left right symmetric, but also this is the same exact clip. It's just twice in a row for some reason. Wait, I thought this was like the other way around. I thought this was like I might have had like the cement block placed somewhere here. I was like, yeah, this is not the same clip. No, this is the same exact clip. Just twice. Okay. Um, you just do the same clip twice. And then you start realizing that you maybe set your save set at the beginning of the water room so that you don't have to watch this clip every single time. So maybe you should even set your save set like here, and then you just swim through this because it's kind of easy. And then for some reason you decide to double grab the keys, that for some reason that's completely meaningless. Like why am I double grabbing the keys already? There's no need to double grab the keys already. The moment you collect the mushroom, the double grab is going to go away anyway. But it's fine. Now you double grab your keys. And then now that you have double grabbed your keys, you can clip through the wall. And the thing is, you just kind of do it. But also you can take a key with you to help you on your journey. To help you on your journey. To help me on my journey. Isn't this a nice journey? Where's the journey going? I have no idea. Is everything properly blocked off? Like, I don't know. Is this blocked off? Might be. Is stuff properly blocked off? I mean, let's just say I had 2 keys for a second, because I think you can keep both. I think it's possible to keep both in this setup. Yeah, I think it's possible to keep both, you just need to pay a bit more attention. By which I mean you just... by which I mean you basically do this, but a bit better. Okay, so let's say I mean, the point of keeping both keys is, of course, that if you have both keys and you clip outside the level, then you can also clip inside the level again, right? Which seems like a worthwhile thing to be able to do. Like, clipping inside the level again seems fairly powerful to me. Except that I'm apparently not able to do it. I mean, I guess my problem in some sense is that my keys are always quite far away from the wall. In some sense. I mean, of course, in some sense they're also just very close to the wall, but But here as well. Ah, very sad that I can't keep both keys this way. But you can keep both keys this way. I'm so sure of it. Yeah, like, if this doesn't keep both keys, then I don't even know. Oh no, I might not even know. But for different reasons than I thought. Okay, there we go. Oh no, my key. My key, my key, my key, my key, my key, my key, my key. Fine. Okay, so how do I double grab my keys now? You just do it. Okay, so I double grab my keys. And now I can swim below the level with 2 keys. And now that I can swim below the level with 2 keys, I am just able to clip to the midway point. He said. I still need to actually clip, right? I think it should be fine. Should be actually fine, he said. Yeah, you see it's actually fine. And now... Wait, and now I actually fail to... Now I actually fail to kill myself because... No, that's not true, right? Because I'm big underwater? That would be hilarious. I think it's fine, right? You just... Wait. Okay, I guess you can do this. Would have been hilarious if that actually just like I clip outside the level and then I clip back in and then I get the midway point and then I'm like, yeah, these note blocks don't do anything. Just like kill yourself using the mantra wall. And then I'm unable to reach the mantra wall. That would have been hilarious. But oh well, that's not how it is. Instead, you can just do this. Wait, how did I do this? Okay, apparently you just do it. But you don't die from this. You don't get crushed inside the note blocks. That's interesting. Ah, right, because you would need to scroll. Right, because that's somehow the weird thing where scrolling actually kills you. That's somehow the trick. Can you just scroll there? Like, is the underwater note block thingy possible whilst with scrolling? I mean, so sorry, is the note block scrolling thing possible underwater? I mean, that's somehow the actual question. My brain is like fried. I don't know. I like lost the ability to speak long ago, I feel like. Oh. Actually, I don't even know if you can do the note block kill thing while big. You do it while small in Armageddon, right? Anyway, midway point obtained. So now that I've obtained the midway point, I can play this section of the level. I don't know, it's just kind of a bit silly to like give the player the tools to clip outside the level and then just. Oh, I guess you're not. Wait, I actually. I thought you were actually meant to clip and go around here, but you even can't because this is blocked off. You're actually meant to clip to the right. And just kind of intuitively clip to the left because clipping to the left is generally easier. I didn't even mean to like leave the level at that point. I just like then realized that this just left the level, and so you could just swim to over here and then skip this room and this room and this room and one more, and the wall jumps here. But that was actually not my primary intention when clipping left. I just kind of clipped to the left. Kind of felt natural. Anyway, be right back. Okay, back. Yeah, so this was the room that I just broke, and now midway entrance here, here, and the next level starts here. I kind of wish there was an option in like Lunar Magic to show the Mario entrances, but not this like huge banner, because this banner, even when transparent, makes it harder to see. And so I keep like disabling them, but then I don't know where Mario starts, and so I keep being confused. And anyway. So you go here. The goal is just to enter one of the doors. Like there's a question mark block and a springboard. So you might think that has something that has some meaning. But first of all, this guy is never going to be in slot 0. And secondly, why would you even care? You can just enter the door. All of them are on the same screen. Okay, I don't understand it. Anyway, then you go 12 to F9, so then you just wall jump up here, I guess. I'm not sure why that's supposed to be an interesting obstacle, but okay. And then this room starts, the actual, like, the end room. And then the second, the end inspired room starts. And then this somewhat cataclysm inspired room starts. And then you already get the switch. Okay. So start off by start off by realizing that you actually can't start off by realizing that you can't actually just jump over here because the ceiling is too low? Is that the problem? I was like wondering, what's the problem here? But you can't just jump over here, right? Yeah, exactly, you can just jump over here. And it's not even that close. Okay, very weird. I don't understand. Wall jumps. Everyone's favorite obstacle, the wall jump. So this should clip, right? Am I going insane? This should clip, right? Oh no, I'm an entire pixel off. Subpixels were correct. It's just I was an entire pixel off. Oops. So let's just. Wait, this is bad. What am I doing? You just kind of. You want to jump as late as possible, because of course you want to. And then you want to hold A for as long as possible, because of course you want to. And then as a result, you get to miss the clip. Okay, great. And now you get the clip. And then you do everyone's favorite trick, the one-sided double wall jump. Yeah, isn't this cool? I love this trick so much. And then you just do it again. Wow, isn't this a cool trick? Wow, this is truly interesting. And then you missed your Y position, but then you go like, wow, isn't this interesting? This is an extremely cool trick. Wow, I've never done this before. I'm not sure if you can tell, I've never done this before. It's a completely new trick to me. I have no idea how this works, right? So I'm just very interested in this trick. Right? And then you try to enter some door that's unfortunately off screen. I don't know why it's off screen. I mean, off camera, but for some reason it just is. Okay, great. Yeah, that was extremely interesting, that room. I mean, to be fair, if you don't have like the wall jump pattern like ingrained into your memory forever, then maybe you do take some time doing this. I'm not saying this is completely free or anything if you don't have that pattern memorized, but unfortunately I do have that pattern memorized, first of all, and secondly, that still just means it's some pattern that you have to memorize. Uh, hup. Um, I'm always a bit confused with the Y position on this one, on this trick. But I guess the problem is really that I'm interacting with a shell on the wrong frame. So I guess I could pause or I could do this. I think this should change it in a way that's good. Oh, I guess it doesn't change it in a way that's good. Wait, I'm so confused. Why doesn't this work? I thought this how it worked. You just like kind of spin into the shell and you just kind of clip and that's a neat trick. Yes, it is a neat trick. It is unfortunately also like the 5th time this is used in the hack. Also, unfortunately, I kind of just randomly got it all of the other attempts and all of the other times this was used, and so now for some reason I'm struggling. I mean, of course, like as a last resort, I can always properly set up the corner clip, right? But I kind of don't want to do this because it's an assisted corner clip. So maybe I should actually use the assist. Because I think the assist is actually kind of neat. But except that this hack has like forced proper corner clips so many times that like this is just it just feels weird to have like this assisted corner clip here. Because there are proper corner clips in this hack. Actually quite a few of them already. Actually wait. Now that I think about it, the one actual corner clip that was in here apparently had a setup that I just didn't understand. So I just went for the actual corner clip. But maybe this hack actually doesn't want you to do proper corner clips and just wants you to deal with the assisted ones. It's unfortunate that I don't understand the assisted ones. I mean, I sort of understand how they work. So maybe I should just like start trying to understand how they really work. Because just jumping at the corner doesn't seem to do it right now. Are you fucking kidding me? I just have to say jumping at the corner just doesn't do it for now, and then jumping at the corner just does it. Okay, apparently. Apparently that's how you do them. You just like randomly jump at the corner and suddenly like, whoops, you go through. Okay. So stupid. Also, I want to point out, I do actually have the correct subpixel on this frame to clip properly. But my speed is wrong. So this wouldn't clip. It would of course be completely trivial to adjust the speed to make this actually clip. Because I have 49 on this frame, so you just release left and then you end up at the same position but still with 49 speed. And then you would clip. Except that there's a shell in the way, and also except that the OI position is wrong. So, 2 reasons for why this wouldn't work. So this clip this way is like actually a lot more lenient. On the other hand, what is this? Is this an actual clip now, or is this? What is this? Ah no, it's a throw block. It's a turn block. I mean it's also a throw block, but it's also a turn block. So you kind of just do the assisted clip again, I guess. Just do the assisted clip, and you just kind of clip, maybe, possibly. But yeah, I mean, I do agree that the assisted corner clip is actually kind of a neat trick. It's also, I mean, Dazin tries to force it in Armageddon, right? But he fails. It's actually a very interesting thing in Armageddon. It happens not so often. Dazin tries to force something and it just fails. Like, it's just not forced. Where is it? Where is it? It's here. You see it? First you have this like P meter set up, and then you have exactly this. But this is just not forced. You can just do the regular corner clip. And because it's Armageddon, you can, well, everyone will just do it, the regular one. And then you have a free shell. So actually, I am quite happy that this hack uses them. Although none of them are forced, but at least it gives somehow the setup that gets completely overlooked in Armageddon a bit more attention. That's somehow just a brief aside. So you just kind of randomly jump into this shell and sometimes you clip. Yeah, it's just so weird. But I mean, I guess I don't have to look at my subpixels this way. Sometimes it just works. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool how it works sometimes. Why is there an invisible solid block here? Is this even invisible solid? I think this is the invisible solid block. Why did you get a throw block? Actually, why do you get a throw block? What is this? I'm so confused. What is the purpose of any of this? What is the purpose of any of this? I am so confused. Can you just let me clip? Oh wait, you can't just clip this way. Wait, you can't just clip this way. Because there's ground. Who put the ground there? Wait. But if there's ground there, then you can't just clip this way. But if you can't just clip this way, then how am I supposed to clip? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. There might be an obvious explanation to... Yeah, because you can just sometimes go through with this one. However, there's another problem here. Which is, hello? Oh wait, is this... Is this the thing where you sometimes just fall through the ground? Yeah, it's this trick. I see. Also, wait a second. I mentioned that the next room is kind of, or no, the room in 2 rooms is going to be somewhat Cataclysm inspired. But actually, this one is already Cataclysm inspired. Although I will point out that trick in Cataclysm is of course very inspired by a trick in Colon 3. So I am not going to pretend that that trick in Cataclysm is completely original. Because it isn't. Like, it is sort of very inspired by a trick in Colon 3. Uh, but also, I think this one isn't properly forced again. I think you can just do like some. I think you can just do some very cheap tricks here. Actually, do you even need the second key? It's maybe the first question you should ask yourself. Do you even need the second key? Or is it just kind of you get 2 keys because the other hacks also give you 2 keys, and then once again the hack just kind of doesn't understand why the other hacks have to give you 2 keys and this one and in this hack the second key is kind of just there once again. Because I think this is once again one of these cases. Yeah, like in this case you can just like except that I do have to say that the Death Barrier for sprites is low enough that you do need to think about a bit how you plan your key serves. So you do need to think about your key serves a bit, and that's a good thing. Because otherwise this would be very boring. Of course, this doesn't mean that you have to actually use 2 keys, just that you have to think about your key serves a bit. Because after all, using 2 keys, that's going too far. Although I do want to point out that I have maneuvered myself into a dead end there. So sort of you might need to actually think about your key serves here a bit. But let's think about them for a bit. So the thing is, if you just key serve the naive way, then you actually run into troubles, and that's a good thing. That's very good. It means that I need to actually think about what I'm doing. But I can also Ah, right, I can also just do this. I was like, am I overcomplicating? Yes, I am overcomplicating. You can just do this. That's way easier than what I was doing before. So once again, why do you get 2 keys? Nobody knows. Presumably because other hacks also give you 2 keys in setups that look similar, but are kind of not similar. For reasons that are maybe not completely obvious, but still existent. And somehow that's this hack's core theme in a sense. That it tries to... I mean, I'm not saying like it tries to just copy from other hacks and fails, because that's not what happens. Somehow it does also do a lot of things somewhat correctly. And for example, the hack actually works, right? Like the hack works. It is a functional hack. It's not like somebody just slapped a bunch of stuff in Lunar Magic together that vaguely looks like a pit hack setup, never tested it, and then called it a day. Like so many other things that sometimes get posted on into the sections. Right, so I mean, somehow this is made by someone who actually plays pit hacks, and you do notice. But it is also kind of just built by... I mean, it feels like it is built by someone who hasn't actually played any of like the well-known super hard hacks, like Armageddon or something, or Cataclysm, or well, I guess Stuntpipe hack technically, but that nobody has played that, so that's excused. But still tries to like copy a bunch of setups from there. And somehow the end result is that a lot of the setups don't quite work. Also, I forgot to say at the end. There's also definitely some rooms in here which have the end inspiration. Like this one, in fact. Very much this one. This one feels very, very much like something that could be in like a the end light. Which honestly could be a half decent hack. Sort of a the end light. What? Did I... Fuck! You see what I did there? I forgot to save state for like 5 minutes, it feels like. And the end result is that I just loaded a save state and fucked up. And because I loaded the save state like 5 times in a row, there's also no chance of me actually getting that back. Okay, that's that's a beginner mistake. Elementary save state mismanagement on this stream. Yeah, happens. Happens. At least it happened in like a... I mean, it's always going to happen in like somewhat easy situations, right? Because like if it's going to happen in if you play something reasonably or half difficult, then you are not going to forget to set save state for like, I don't know, 10 in-game seconds or whatever. But still, this is not completely trivial. So I mean, I did do some stuff. But it's also not like it's super hard or anything. And then I... Right, then I did the thing where I kind of abuse the fact that the death blocks are sort of just lava and not actual like things that kill you. To like get a bit of swimming time in, right? I mean, I'm sure Mario is very thankful that I allowed him to swim for a while. Though I'm not actually super happy with how this is going right now. So maybe I should. Uh, okay. Okay. By the way, what am I even doing here? I have the feeling like I'm doing something that's extremely not intended. It doesn't feel like this is how you're supposed to play that room, but also it just kind of works. And so I'm a bit confused. Also, this trick was already used in the intro. Just want to point that out. It is. I'm not saying it's a bad trick or anything. It's a cool trick, honestly. I kind of like the trick. And it's not obnoxiously precise, so who cares that it's used twice? But also, maybe I do care a bit that it's used twice, because it's just the same exact trick with like no actual variation. Still have the key. I mean, you're supposed to still have the key, but that's fine. So can I do something stupid? There are like options to do something super stupid here. I don't think there are. So I think the super stupid thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to pretend that I didn't see the Yoshi. And that I don't know which hack this is referring to. I have no idea what hack this room is inspired by the way. Like, actually, no idea. And because I have like actually no idea, I'm just going to do the obvious thing, right? Which is just wondering why there's a Yoshi there. Like, who would put a Yoshi there? I don't know what the point of that is. And to just take these two shells and just do a bit of a shell escort, because why not? I might regret this. I might like super regret this, because it's been a while since I last did one of these actual like two shell jump setups. I did a bunch of them in like Item Abuse 3 back in the day. But like, how long has it been since I played Item Abuse 3? Like 7 years? Actually, it has been 7 years, right? Oh fuck. Oh, time flies. Why is it like nowadays that every other stream I go like, oh yeah, wait a second, why is that 7 years ago? But I guess it was 7 years ago. Huh. Shell, stay up there, or go down on the cement blocks, but don't like... Don't run away in that way. I might like terribly regret trying to go for this. Because I mean, just to make it clear, right? The actual thing that's intended here is to at least cancel one of the shells using Yoshi so that they don't clash anymore, which makes the upcoming like double shell jump setup a lot less painful. Just to like get the facts straight, right? That's what you intended to do. You might be even intended to cancel both of them. It's not so clear to me if that's like actually useful or required in any actual way. Because, spoiler alert, doing it with two cancel shells is actually harder than doing it with one cancelled, one regular shell. And the point is that they still don't clash as long as one is cancelled. But yeah, I'm going to be stubborn and just do it. Just do the setup without cancelling either. Because I'm pretty sure it's possible. And if it's possible, it must be intended, right? So step one is you get P meter. And then you realize, already like at this step I'm failing. But this is pretty much, I'm pretty sure this is possible. Yeah, this is possible. I know this. I've done this before. Actually, when did I do this? I guess it's just like a semi-common pit setup, actually. Having to like P-speed run into one shell while having another shell in hand. I think it's used a bunch in Igor's hacks. So something like unnamed pit or something. I think it's used in those. So ooh, the problem is that I don't actually get full P meter here, apparently. Ah no, I do get full P meter. What am I doing? Do I even have to care about doing double shell jumps in like any meaningful capacity? Or is like bouncing off one shell enough and now I can just do this? Because it might just be good enough to do this. Except that I do actually need to get a... Actually, there's a different plan you can try to go for. Yeah, okay, that's not good enough. Okay, you can also do the sort of terrible thing, which is this. Which is like actually terrible. If you pause here, then you get a better frame rule. I guess instead of pausing, you could also just play properly. By which I don't mean actually cancel the shells, right? I just mean do the shell jumps properly. I think I'm actually going to do it properly, do the shell jumps properly, because somehow doing things properly in these kind of facts typically pays off, because by doing things properly, you typically get the optimal amount of distance. And turns out, getting the optimal amount of distance is quite often quite useful. Also, for example, here, I can contact the shell later, which, I mean, it helps with getting distance. It's not so clear to me that it's actually good, though. No, it is definitely good. No, it's definitely good. Um, yeah, this was what I was afraid of. Yeah. Not contacting the shell because I'm moving too quickly. The problem is, like, the faster Mario moves, the faster the shell moves as well, right? And so if Mario moves faster than the speed that you can, then yeah, basically if you throw a shell at a speed that you can't accelerate to anymore, then the shell is just going to move way too quickly for these kind of shell jumps, and then you're going to miss it. And this is something that you have to keep in mind when going for, like, sort of p-speedless p-speed. P-meterless p-speed, as I'm doing here. It's somehow fast, but it's actually too fast for shell jumps. And so I might be actually interested in deliberately slowing down, like I'm doing here. Uh, am I failing because I'm bad? I might be failing because I'm bad. Hmm. I might actually not get enough distance. I thought you would get enough distance, but I might actually not. Would be hilarious if I failed to get enough distance. Also, huh. I guess I'm learning how to do triple shell jumps on flat ground again. Hint, this is not it. Okay, I guess I don't know how to do triple shell jumps on flat. No, I mean I know how to do triple shell jumps on flat ground. It's just like kind of underestimated how much space you need for them. Still, I'm very convinced that you can still. I'm still convinced you can somehow get this without it canceling the shells here. Because Yeah, I'm stubborn. I guess one thing I should try to figure out is how much. Wait, what am I doing? Is this good? Yeah, this is would be good, except that. No, but this is not good. Might still be good though. Mm, mm. This is the lowest you can go. Oh no. Oh yeah, I think I'm actually screwed if I try to go for this strat. Okay, so still I'm stubborn, right? I'm not going to eat cancel now. Not yet. It's important to be stubborn. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually important. I just kind of am. Wait a second, I'm stupid. Wait, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid. You could just kind of do this, right? Where you like backshot the shell. Um, where you just kind of backshot the shell like this. Right, that's the strat. Sort of. Yeah, that's this is the strat. Yeah, I can feel it. Uh, such a stupid strat. If this works, would be very cool on the one hand, and on the other hand, it would be yeah, it would be kind of cool. That's I think that's everything I have to say about it. The one problem is that I kind of forgot to hold B, and I'm too lazy to go back and properly put that back in, that input. So 9-2. Is that actually like the 9-4? I already hit the ground, or rather the death box. I should not have flipped the parity on that pause. That was bad. I didn't want to flip the parity. I accidentally just flipped the parity because I unpaused the first frame that I could. Wait, am I stupid? This is the frame now, right? Oh no. The yellow shelled X subpixels are kind of bad for this. I really run into like every problem that you could possibly run into, it feels like. Um, what am I doing? Wait, why am I? Um, okay, did I ever mention that you probably shouldn't set up your shell jumps in the way that I do? This is like a anti-learn stream, I think. Like, you shouldn't do what I'm doing here. It's, I guess it is a learning stream in the sense that you just don't do what I'm doing, and then you will have sometimes success. I'm claiming, but you won't get the success by do what I'm by doing what I'm doing here, because what I'm doing here is stupid. This is completely stupid. I hate this. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to myself? Ah, but you see, if you just complain long enough that what you're doing is stupid, but at some point, the game will cave in. The game will cave in, he said. The game didn't cave in. Game still hates me. To be fair, this is fixable. The thing that I need to do is I need to just... Can I up throw and catch the shell? Up throw and regrab? I think I can. Wow, is this a shell jump? Is this a shell jump? Oh, that would have been so cool. To be fair, I'd still be able to do it. Ah, no. Ooh. How far am I off? Ah, not that far. Yeah? Yeah, I think you can. I think you can bounce off of these again. Ah, can you bounce off of these again on flat ground? Ooh, this was the kind of stuff that I just used to know by heart, and nowadays, kind of just don't. But I think it's fine, right? You can bounce off this barely. You see, you can just do it. It's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with this. I think there's actually a better thing for the last shell jump. I kind of paused because I wanted to prove that it's possible, but I'm pretty sure you can actually even get this without pausing by... It's not so clear, actually. Yeah, no, it's barely not. Ah. Yeah, because it's always the problem that you want to interact with a shell in this frame, and it just doesn't work. Okay, too bad. Okay. Pausing it is. I mean, after all, that's like the new meta, right? I kind of find it funny because like it used to be that nobody ever paused for a shell jump. Um, but nowadays people just pause, even like when it's not actually absolutely necessary. Somehow just became a strat that exists. Okay, I think this is it for today, though. I'm going to like replay the. I'm going to replay the movie. So let's just get rid of the script. Stop movie. and replay it. So what happened today? Actually, strictly speaking, this didn't happen today. Actually, in some sense it did, right? Because, I mean, I played all of this last time on stream, but I didn't record a movie. And so today I, off-stream recorded it as a movie again. Which is why the movement here is slightly a bit more efficient than you would expect from something I played on stream. It's not terribly optimal though. It's like kind of semi-clean. I really like this sound effect. I just want to point this out again. Such a beautiful sound effect. The eating block. Useless key. But like, this is like literally how that Armageddon room starts, right? Like the room in Armageddon that has the assisted corner clip. It is a bit much how much this hack is inspired by Armageddon at points. We volcano music with this background. Yes, it is extremely fitting music. You unironically see the vision. Do you also see the vision behind this music change? Because this is actually something that bothers me quite a bit. When like that somehow there is a thing in pit hacks where they just change music randomly every 30 seconds or something. And I don't understand why. Like, just let the music go. Like, come on. Like, what is this? This is like the fifth part playing in 3 minutes of hack. Like, this is a cool setup though. Like, as much as I'm like trashing on a lot of stuff while watching this, wow, is this cool. Like, I know I'm pointing this out literally every time I replay this part, but this is just so cool. Like, grabbing the shell while moving downwards because you are simultaneously bouncing on another shell is just very cool. Actually, in this case, the shells have opposite sprite slot parity, so it's only half as cool. But actually, and this is the really cool thing, I think, this would even work if these shells had the same sprite slot parity. Exercise for the viewer, figure out which one has to be in the lower slot for this to work then. That was like pretty epic music for 3 seconds of entering a door. It's so the person playing gets to hear a forever distorted rendition of a new track. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I mute the music when I play stuff like this. I mean, it's also just because my frame advance is muted anyway, because like, who wants to hear music while frame advancing? Ah, right, pretending I didn't understand the setup. Why do you just bonk on one of the death blocks? What do you mean? Gate room? Gate room? What do you mean? Why do I bonk here? Iframes. You see this? Iframes, iframes. They end exactly as I bonk. It's almost frame perfect. Yeah, it's possible. So it must be intended. I mean, kind of my favorite exercise with the hack is just pretending I don't understand the setups and just doing something else. The problem is that I can do this way too much. Like, look at this. This is so silly. Like, look at this. Come on. Ah, and we get the epic music from the beginning back. Undertale. Yes. This is what the core looks like. Use the shell again. What was this music? This actually sounded interesting. And not like a track I've heard a million times in like 1,000 other hacks. That was pretty good music for like 1 second. Isn't Flying High again? Ah, it's the same that was that, right? Ah. Well, I don't listen to the music in Flying High again because, frame advance, right? But... Ah. Very fitting music. Actually, it's not so clear to me what kind of music is fitting this aesthetic anyway. Ah yeah. And this is the part where I decided it's enough stuff played. Let's just go to the end. And this is the part where I decide I don't want to understand what's going on with the node blocks, I just run into the wall that kills me. Because of course the wall kills me. By the way, the Mario start was sped up. But despite this, we still get time up with the full length. Oh, this is the music that's playing here. Well, apparently the Mario Start is sped up. But I mean, yes, the Mario Start is not a loading screen. So, of course you can speed it up. It's... You can also completely skip it, right? Okay, link in chat to music. Okay, what's the music? Ah, yeah, this. I've heard this before, though. Definitely. But I haven't heard it a million times. So that's still good. Because for some reason, despite the music section hosting 9,231 ports, there are maybe like 10 that actually get used. Okay, this is of course an exaggeration, but you get the vibe. Okay, anyway, I think that's it for me today. I got 3 Switch Palaces, which means that this hack has 2 Switch Palaces left. No, 1 Switch Palace left and 1 actual, like, boss, right? And I guess I will do those next time, which is not next week, but in 2 weeks. So, see you in 2 weeks. And have a good night.